Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel with your girl down to crypto TA and Bitcoin. Just a little bit of a pullback after bopping its head into that 786 up around that 127 90. We're just gonna round that off, even though I'm supposed to round it down, round it up. Um, I could see last night that, or not even last night, but yesterday that we were hitting a little bit of resistance, and it wasn't just the 786 alone that gave me that indication. And I did tweet on it. I was leaning towards maybe it could push up a little bit more into the next 4 hour region that we have on the chart here. You don't see that here on this daily time frame, of course, but I do have an outline. One of the things that hinted me at that was if I take away all of my cute little drawings, actually I'm gonna have to turn those back on because as soon as I put something on here, I'm gonna have to put something on here. All right, so if you take a look here at this QTD right here, so you see you won't really be able to draw out a clean line across your charts or any well your candlesticks or anything like that. But if I drop this line right here, this is one indication right here. We were coming up into this trend line. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe it can do a little bit more before it hits some actual kind of resistance in here. Because a lot of times this will do it for it. This will do it for it, and you'll see a little bit of a rejection. So as it was coming up towards this white line, I'm like, we're about to hit some resistance in here with the QTD. And like I said, we got that little bit of a slight rejection in there. But my best case scenario was that it goes up to about 121. It's a number in there. I'm gonna have to get that actual number for you in just a minute. But that was one indication right there. But the main one, which was like, okay, this is a weak high, was coming from down here. So we were making the higher high, obviously. And you can see in here, I talk about this not as often because I don't trade this one. But when there is just a parallel, two parallels, and nothing is actually dropping on either side, I call it a round trip. And once we came back up to the top, then I knew that we were at resistance because we have the higher high, which makes this a weak high pushing up here on the daily time frame because there is no sort of an expansion. You should be expanding. So whenever you have a Bollinger move, you should see an expansion when you're making a higher high. And in this case, you actually didn't have one right here. So you just round trip back up to the top, and then that was it. So um not cool when I see that, but I saw that last night. So I did want a little bit of a pullback, but here I was giving it the benefit of the doubt to actually pull into the absolute low down here, which is at 121,491. So 121,492. So that is what I actually shared last night. I keep saying last night, but that is what I actually shared in my post yesterday. Uh, which I didn't add any images to it or anything like that, but I just put in here um, around 4 o'clock. Yeah, so around 4 p.m. Might be pressing to a little subtile resistance. It's not really obvious at first glance, blah, 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 blah. But I was trying to give her a little bit more room in here, like maybe 121. And it doesn't mean that it can't still do that 121 because it can. The other thing in here too was as I'm looking over here at this daily time frame in here also, I could see in here, oh, didn't mean to do that. I could see in here with the RSI that we kept looking like we were getting ready to do a fast signal in here. I kept seeing that. Like we had not done it just yet, but I could tell in that instance that we were getting ready to do that fast signal, especially when we got that daily close. So that is that for Bitcoin. 4 hour time frame is still good. It's still a very strong time frame. And this was what I was saying in that tweet also is that the 4 hour has a lot of strength. It's the daily time frame that's not it's not signaling the way that the 4 hour is. And that's also too, I think that has a lot to do with the fact of how much we actually rolled over here on the 4 hour time frame. that's giving us this nice little move here to the upside. So on a pullback, I'm pretty sure we really probably don't want to come any further than here, around, let's say, 116,971. We probably really don't want to come any further than that, or just back here to where we met our measured move for the second time in here, where these highs are at. We'll see if that's going to be the case, if we're actually going to pull in a little bit more. But right now, this looks decent in here. So we can range in here for a little bit before we actually meet any sort of a real correction to the downside. So that's going to be Bitcoin. And then I take a look over here at Ethereum. Beautiful thing here about Ethereum is that it came above this one. I mentioned this to you yesterday. This one, price action trading above this one, puts Ethereum back into the bullish control zone on the weekly time frame. Now, the biggest thing is going to be maintaining here when we get that weekly closure. We want to be above it. We want to continue to trade above it, and that's going to take Ethereum into those higher targets. If we're not trading back above this, then chances are we could be coming back down, maybe around, um, maybe just to back test the trend line that we got to break trend from. But somewhere back in here, if we're not holding here. Now, the I guess the worst we could do would be to come down here around this level in here. I'm going to try to keep that out of the equation for now, but this is a good thing for Ethereum. And you see it even came back down here, back testing and held that support. So really good thing right here for ETH. If you're in Ethereum and we continue to hold here around this 4,442, especially when we get our close for the week, we open and we're respecting it. We can be looking for some higher targets in here, because that, like I said, puts us back into the bullish control zone on the weekly time frame. All right, and Solana. Let's see. So. I'm gonna do this 1 hour time frame in here. All right, so a little bit of a pullback here on Solana. I did enter Solana long position. I was just seeing over there on the 15-minute time frame, though. It looked like that cloud was going to try to push up, which is not going to be cute. Which would mean that we could get a little bit more of a pullback here for Sol. But for now, we are bouncing, or we did bounce off a standard deviation 2. I'm sorry, standard deviation 1 at the bottom, the low. Standard deviation 1, we did bounce off standard deviation 1, and we are currently just slightly back up above the 20 SMA here on the 1 hour time frame. There is a little bit of a bear div in here at the moment. We'll have to see if we can outplay that bear div, because if we don't, then I would be looking for it to come down into here, because when it did get the expansion, and it's not there, so that you can see this isn't the cutest on the RSI right now. Still in the bullish control zone, held the midpoint of the range, so that's good. But still, the I don't know, the way it's aligned. I know what I'm looking at, that it's not the cutest right there. Don't want that. I probably need to delete that one for now. But right here, you can see we did start the expansion. So I waited for this expansion to take place. It's like, the 1 hour really looks like it's going to correct, especially with the MACD trending downwards too at the moment. And the delta was also dark red at the moment too. So I figured we would go ahead and get that little bit of an expansion with the little bullish divergence in here. But like I said, that 15-minute time frame is showing a little bit of a bear div as we're trying to push up, and it looked like that cloud was about to rise on price action. But for now, we're sustaining, and Bitcoin is helping with that move. And let me turn all this noise off down here. It's flattened out a little bit in here, but it was starting to rise. It was pivoting up, so I'm glad it did flatten out. But I did take the entry off of the trend line break in here of momentum, plus our little signal in here. And so I'm long Solana right now. Hopefully it does something worthy of my time. Hopefully it does. Let's see. Let's go over here with Hyperliquid. All right, so Hype, we were looking at this rising formation in here yesterday. You can see it has slightly broken down from it. Not the worst chart still. I'm kind of watching this right here. See what we do. You can already see that, it fired us off to continue down here a little bit, but I just want to make sure we're not breaking this white line. This scale line isn't pushing through the low in here. If we start doing that, then we could see more of a sell-off here for hyperliquid. But yeah, rising channel formation with the break. Yep, we was watching this yesterday, so something to keep our eyes on as price is coming back here into this little 4-hour zone in here, which I need to stretch this out. So let me do that. Try to go for Saturday. That way, as I'm talking, I don't have to do it again. And it looks like we missed our little target right there by a little bit. Everything is moving really slow. I noticed that Bitcoin at times dominance was not as persuasive with pulling altcoins up with it. Like dominance would drop at times when Bitcoin was pumping, and so your altcoins really didn't perform as well. We'll see. We'll see what hype does if we're going to come back down here into this level in here, and if we're going to start to break this low in here and then get more of a sell-off. So I don't really want to see that. You saw I had all these indicators open down here, still negative on the MACD, back in the bearish control zone here off of this indicator, but it was trying to get there anyway. I don't really want to use that one right now because it's too much noise. A little bit of an expansion there. Yeah, everything in here, yeah, kind of negative right now for hyperliquid here on this 1-hour time frame. And then of course there is Aster. Been waiting to see. I mean, we're in the zone now that I was looking at. I did take 2/3 of the profit out just to, secure the bag, because we've been chopping at this zone for a minute now. I know that the point of control runs through this level as well. If you're a point of control kind of person, I'm really not, but it's easy to see that that's the biggest resistance. One of the more interesting resistance levels in here. You can tell that. You can see from here how much of a swing we got from there, from here how much of a swing we got from there, how much of a swing we got pushing up into it. So you can tell that, this level is an important level. So you don't really need anything to give you that information. But yes, the point of control, I think, does run across the top in here. And I don't even think I have that in here at the moment. I don't, but I can put it on here just to make your day, so you can see. Let me actually turn that on. Yeah. So it runs across. Oh, actually, price is at it. So price is at the point of control in here. All right. So that's that. Of course, I'm looking for price to come up here to the top side of this 196, and then hopefully we'll break it. So that's my goal right there for that. But obviously, it is at the point of control. Like I said, if you're a point of control kind of person, you can see that price is at it. I did start looking at, I can see a little bit of a pullback. I did start looking at Litecoin again. I think Litecoin's chart over here on the 1-hour time. Well, it's 15-minute time frame. 15-minute time frame is pretty decent. Pretty decent. If I wasn't tying my funds down right now, I probably would consider getting into the Litecoin position. So it's not bad, and in comparison to when I look at Solana, I kind of actually like it a little bit more. Okay, so we're coming back down this little momentum line over here on Solana. I'm sorry, I know I got chart on Litecoin, but I have to look where my money is sometimes. So like I said, let me just get that back to you so you can see the bear diff. You see this bear div in here on Soul as it's trying to get this little push up. It needs to outplay that bear div. It really, really does. Otherwise, just yeah, not gonna make it. But Litecoin, not a bad chart. Not a bad chart. I just have to see what my entry point is going to be at. And I don't really have anything in here that I would say is a support level in here. Not on this 15-minute time frame. And I'm gonna gauge off of this 15-minute time frame. I do have some weekly levels in here, but those are those are all the way down here, all the way down here. So no 4 hour. I actually just looked at it this morning, right before coming on stream. So I didn't really have time to try to work anything out over here. Can always draw a fib, I'm sure of it. And let's see. That's a huge move right there. Let me just draw one off of this low right here up to this high right there. I mean, even still, that's still around about where my that's platinum pocket right there. I will consider a long on it though. Just see how it does when it comes back into what do we got here? These highs in here are kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. This is the latest and greatest right here. There's some old stuff in here. So maybe these highs in here. Let me see what 382 is at. It might be fishing with the 382. It is. All right, so I'll leave it like that and see what happens. Put this back on a 15-minute time frame. Let's see. I know we're lighting up like a Christmas tree in here, and I like that. I just wanted to, and it's actually respecting the QTD, so I like that too. Versus just rolling over and never interacting with it. But I'm gonna give it a minute. Actually, let me turn the candle color off. I'm gonna give it a minute, see what it does before I make a decision on entering it. But I will be watching Litecoin today on the stream. MYX remind me not to trade anymore. I did good with a little position, but it's a headache. It is a headache, and yeah, I don't think it's something I want to keep playing around with. On that position yesterday, and let me come back over here to this hyperliquid chart in here, because I did share that we were hitting that resistance. Actually, where I had my entry and the TP for this thing, or I had the take profit at right here was supposed to be the actual resistance for it, but it managed to push up through it. It might have been something that Crypto Face said, because I know yesterday I tweeted, okay, you're in the platinum pocket, which I've added a new fib in here, so that's what you're seeing with that line right here. But between the 786 and the 0.886, I was like, you're in the platinum pocket. That's what you want to start watching, because I know yesterday I had you to advise you could draw out this trend line right here, and let me take these away right here so we can see. And you can draw out this trend line right here, and you can wait for the break of this trend line right here. Now I ended up adding a zone in here, so I took this trade up quite a few times. Let me just tell you that I took this trade quite a few times before it actually pumped on me. So what I did was I got into the entry off of this candle right, this pull back into this bottom trend line in here. And I set my stop loss for break even. So I did that a few times where I just broke even, broke even, broke even, broke even, broke even until it finally got the pump. And the pump actually came sometime after I was sitting around watching Face stream, and he decided to get on to NYX chart. His entry was somewhere around 960, something like that, because I heard him say he was getting in at 960. So his entry would have been somewhere right in here. Somewhere right in here. I was already in this entry, of course, but his entry was somewhere around 960. And after he said that, it just took off. So it just shows you how, big influencers can move the market. So it just took off in there. But I'd already had the TP set. So I did take profit once, and then I woke up this morning and I was stopped out of the rest of it. So yeah, the rest of it went back to the market. But the other thing I was telling you is that I wanted to be sure with this whole move down after the first attempt anyway in here was like when I attempted over in here somewhere, and I was like, okay, well, I won't be trying that again until I see that we're back to interacting in here too. Which if I'd have just waited, I wouldn't have had to keep doing the break even, break even, break even until the pump finally happened for me off that last entry right in here with the trend line break in here and all that good stuff. And just waited for the interaction with the dynamic cloud. It would have been the same thing. Would have been the same thing. I could have just waited. But I was so impatient. So I like the fact that it's interacting in here right now off of this 15-minute time frame. It's been a doozy, and I can see that the momentum is doing exactly what price action is doing right now, which is just kind of rolling over a little bit. So there is the golden pocket down here, which I'm hoping it doesn't come to, but there is a golden pocket down here. And momentum is, like I said, it's declining, just like you're seeing it right here, right now. So I do want to see that turn up because it looks something just like this right now. And indicates that price can be dropping down here into this line right here. Let me just change this line to white and let me thicken it up a little bit. All right. So you can come back down here. Not something I really want to see. MACD Delta is positive on this 15-minute time frame. I can tell you that. Momentum, again, like I said, it is declining slightly, ever so slightly. Which I don't have that over here, do I? I don't have that on. But it is. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this right here. Now that that's done. But if you did take it and you were mindful with your leverage, you were mindful with how much money you were putting into it, then you shouldn't have had any issues with just doing the trend line regression break. You shouldn't have had any issues with that. All right, so let's see. We do need to see a mean reversion here on the RSI. So back above the 50, that is going to be great. And like I said, momentum here on the MACD and the Delta is positive at the moment. You can see a slight bit of a expansion, not much, but that did bring us back into the QTD, but can still come down. Sadly, that is the case. So that was the little position that I took. Very, very low risk. Very, very, very low risk. This thing will give and this thing will take away for sure. For sure, for sure. So that's NYX. I looked at Athena. Let me tell you what I did yesterday with Athena. I said if Athena gets above the 200 EMA on the 4-hour time frame, I get into a long position. Well, I got into it, and me thinking I'm clever, I'm just gonna watch it and see if it pulls back down off of the 200 EMA, knowing I should have just set the stop loss for there, right? But I didn't do that because I think I know better sometimes, and it's such a stupid thing to do. It really, really is such a stupid thing to do. Anyway, I lost a little money on that one. So yeah, yeah. I never do that again. In fact, I don't even like the chart. I don't like the chart at all. Let me put this back on height and put this back on a 1. So that's that. And I did also share the post on this about you coming up to that resistance in here for and at the time you still had some room. You still had some room to play with it. So this is where it was. And like I was saying, NYX has slipped into the platinum pocket. That was the first tweet that I did. And it's before the pump happened. I was letting you know it's in the platinum pocket. It's a prime zone to be watching for your entry. Or to be watching for your pump if you took it off of the trend line. And I just came back and tweeted what I was seeing, just letting you know that, coming into a little bit of resistance. But at the 1 hour, looked like it was primed to give more, and the 1 hour took it away. So forgive me on that. Forgive me. Because it did look like it wanted to give some more, but I guess it just changed its mind. Hype. Yeah. I might be too late on Litecoin. I like this chart, man. I really do like this Litecoin chart. And I guess that was some pretty decent support that it was on. I could have drawn a more local fib as well. So whatever's happening here, it might be too late for me on this, but I like the Litecoin chart. I'm gonna find an entry on this thing at some point though. At some point today, I'm gonna find an entry on it. All right, so it looks like over here with Solana, we might be being out this little bit of divergence that was in here on this one. I know we're not going to take this one out. That's fine. We come back a little bit. We'll see what happens in here with Soul. Nice bounce off of the standard deviation one though. That was a nice bounce. And sometimes you get it as good as it can get, and sometimes you don't. Yeah. I got some really fresh hot coffee this morning, like hot. Like I took a sip. It's usually not this hot. I took a sip and it burned my throat. But I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Okay. Let's see what else we got in here that I needed to talk about. Yeah, Solana for a minute there yesterday, it was doing its own thing, which was beautiful. So you could see over here, and we mentioned it, highlighted it yesterday too, that Solana was doing its own thing against Bitcoin. It finally reached a point of resistance, of course, and so now it's kind of following Bitcoin once again. But Solana had completely broke away from Bitcoin dominance yesterday, and it was just doing its own little thing in here. So that move was nice on it. But like I said, it's took a little head and shouldery right there and all that good stuff. But yeah, definitely was pumping good against Bitcoin yesterday. So I was loving that with Solana. And in turn, as far as, because I did not look at it today. Actually, I'm gonna put this back on the 4. Did not look at it today. So we did slip down a little bit more in here. Let me just pull these out. So we did slip down a little bit more in here for hopefully we can get this measure move. Hopefully we come back down here and back test inside the zone in here, and we get that little extra that I'm looking at for Bitcoin, because I know everyone is dreaming of those all-time highs again. Everybody's dreaming of it, but still don't forget you do have a weak high still on that daily. Still weak, still not as strong on the daily, just not. But hopefully we get that there. We're getting closer and closer and closer to our macro trend line here on the daily here as well for USDT dominance. Then we take a look over here at stablecoin dominance. Let me just stretch her out right here just a little bit because I want to see when we actually come back into that line right there. But because this will break before we get down here, before it gets down into here. But so far, it looks fine. It did take out. Yeah, took that out. That's good. Well on its way, it looks like, to taking out the high. So hopefully that plays here on total two, which only excludes Bitcoin. Only excludes Bitcoin. Okay, let's try to see what that was. I don't see anything particularly special. Maybe we can hold up in here. Maybe we can hold up around that 166 trillion. 1.66. Maybe we can do that. That's Ethereum dominance. You can see we hit the dead top, the absolute top up here for the resistance here for Ethereum. So it kept struggling a bit in here yesterday too, just right around here, but finally made its way through here for the rejection there. And I didn't even update these right here, remember? And I said I was going to, and I still haven't. I guess it still work. So I'll leave it at that for now. So a little bit of weakness for Ethereum as well. And then, of course, Bitcoin dominance is looking like the same, which is why altcoins did not pump as hard when Bitcoin started pumping yesterday. All right. Solana, I need you to make it. I really, 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 really need you to make it. So please make it. Back over here to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin looked like it might have bounced off standard deviation 1 as well in here on the 1 hour time frame. I can't. This is just ribbons in here, but this is the 20 SMA right here. So it looks like it may have done exactly that same thing. Where do I have this on twice? I do. That's funny. Oh, okay. So it actually came closer to standard deviation 2 instead. But you can see the way that this is postured, that this probably was a weak low coming down, but nonetheless, correction that we actually needed. Yeah, not shabby, not shabby. Definitely the bull div in here on that, but it looks like we're gonna start rolling over a little bit more in here, possibly. I know we still have. Let me see what. No, this is daily. Let me go back. Hold on. Why is this? Hold on. Okay. Let me just see what that's at. Okay, so that's still rising. So, like I said, I'm still looking for that to get into the green. So this might still be pretty good in here, even though we do have the negative, in here on the MACD and everything else, as it was showing that bit of exhaustion in here. But at the end of the day, this is the last thing I'm going to be paying attention to right here. It's going to be this RSI and not everything else. It looks like in here we can expect, like I said, a little bit more rollover in here, the way we're squeezing in here on this 4 hour time frame. And yeah, so we already know to expect that. It just depends on what comes first, though. We come up and then we test in here, the low in here, really, or do we break through all of this and then we take out the high and then we roll over? They might want to finish getting the rest of that little liquidity in here first. As far as your altcoins are concerned, everything seemed like it performed pretty well yesterday. I did see XRP and how it was doing, and I know that it had broke above the 302, which it tends to do that anyway. We'll put this on 4. Let me hide this. So I'm gonna take it off of this screen over here. So I was looking at, I was looking at it yesterday, and I could see that it had broke above the 302, which it typically does. Usually when it comes in here, it's not too often that it's gonna get caught up under it. You go from the low, and then you go to the high, and you surpass this high over here actually. So that was a pretty nice look right there for XRP. I mean, I have to turn these back on now. I will have no sense of direction if I don't. I don't. So we're going to get back to our 4 hours cooling off. Yeah. This is still pretty decent in here for now, but obviously we're going to get back to our 4 hours cooling off. Just draw a fib and see where you're landing, but you're definitely going to end up getting some corrections in here on the 4. You're just barely hanging on to support in here right now on XRP. Let me check out on your daily real quick. Yeah. I still like this part in here, but what does it really give? That's going to be the thing, because it doesn't, it's not, I still like that. It's not very impressive. It will look a lot like Bitcoin. And what did we say? Oh, what did we say? We said get the push out, come into the standard deviation 1, 2 for a stifle breakout. That's what we said, isn't it? I do believe so. That is what I said yesterday. And I said whether it be the standard deviation 1 or the standard deviation 2. But because it was flat, the breakout may not be exactly what you'd probably be expecting because it's flat. So yeah, and I think our example for that was XLM, I believe. I had looked at XLM, and XLM had already did that, where it had got the breakout and came up here to standard deviation 2. God, I freaking love Bollinger Bands. They're really good. It's really good, and it's not lagging. It just takes some time, and takes some time and some practice. I'm still learning, so. But that is what we were saying yesterday for some of the altcoins in here. Anyway, that will probably be the base case scenario for them on the breakout. So so that's that. Crow. So Crow didn't move too much yesterday because we were looking at it here. I'm on a higher time frame. I'm on a daily time frame now, so it won't look like much anyway. But it was sitting somewhere around here yesterday too, so didn't do too much. Suey. Still in the same place. Not a lot is going to change. BNB was the one though. BNB is the one. So let's. Oof. I should have did this. Oh my gosh. I should have played this puppy right here, and it's still not quite there yet. So hopefully it finished playing out this move in here. And anybody that's in BNB, and especially if y'all took it from way back when or whatever, congratulations to you. That was the next best move to get in on it right here, though. I didn't take it. Now, maybe. No, they don't look the same. I was gonna find an excuse in here, but I don't see one. So let's hope that BNB finish playing out this move. Love to see it get in here to the 1.618. That would be nice, but it is the one thing that I can see right now is not bothered by a 4-hour pullback, a 4-hour correction at all. It's not bothered by it. Not at all. It doesn't even have a negative MACD. So that's nice. ADA, unfazed as well. But we did come up here and hit the trend line in here. So the trend regression line for that little bit of a rejection in here. But ADA still looks good from where I'm sitting at right now. I'm back trying to hold this flip level here as support. And let me just get rid of this. So back to trying to hold in here. But that was pretty nice right there on ADA. I'm still leaning towards what I was leaning towards before. Until this yellow gets into this green, I don't see a reason to not think that any corrections you see are just a pullback and continuation. So just a matter of where you get into things from. Yeah. Oh, Solana. Why have thou forsaken me? So just trying to think if I'm going to be wanting to jump back into the Solana trade or not. So I'm only using like a 10x leverage and only using like a 10x leverage on Solana. So it takes a lot more money to try to trade this thing, and I'm not willing to put it in here. So I really need for it to pump because I'm not willing to put that much money into anything. Not me. I be crying over $2, honey. And a lot of times that just might be the fee. I don't really care about Pendle anymore. I just don't. It's basically where it was yesterday anyway. Yeah, I don't have any care for that chart. You know what? I opened up my account yesterday and I was like, oh, okay, so I do still have Aptos. No, it had not refreshed yet. I sold it. I looked at it. This is the day that I started selling a lot of stuff. I'm just selling stuff that day because I'm like, I want to be in dry powder. I want to have dry powder. And I really didn't pay attention to anything. I sold Aptos at the point that it was about to hit the breakout. How about that? At the very point that it was getting ready to break out is where I said goodbye, Aptos. I'm like, what the? How could I not pay attention to where things were at? I just set my alarm on things like if you come back below this line, I'm gonna let you go, and that's basically what I did. I did it with AVAX. I did it with Hedera. I got out of all meme coins. If I had a meme coin on a major exchange, it was gone. Like I got rid of all of that. I got rid of SHIB. I got rid of Floki. Yeah, no, those were the only two that I had on major exchanges anyway. But I got rid of those. I'm like, I don't want any meme coins. I want nothing. Apparently, I don't want no money either. But I do. So VWAP here. I kept H bar. Because I do like H bar. Y'all, please stop me if I'm trying to sell H bar. Oh, I don't even know why I continue to use this line in here, this box. I'm sorry, but we're back at VWAP in here. Rejection from the weekly level in here. Nothing has changed. Nothing really. Nothing has changed at all. We still have the bigger. I can delete this now. I can delete this one now too. All right. So you do still have the bigger pattern in here on Hedera. So I do continue to wait for this to play out. And hopefully it does. And it will. Either way it goes. I like H bar. So I'll be chillaxing with H bar for this nice little break to the upside. And probably just come back in here somewhere. Hopefully it breaks it and comes into here or something like that. But I do look for this to break to the upside. I'm glad that cloud stopped rising. And I hope it don't continue to, because if it does start to do that again, then that could indicate that we're putting in bear divs and we're going to continue down. So you can already see in here. It was pretty flat in here already, but you can see the bear div right here as we pushed up into this level right here. Bear div that gave us a little bit of a rejection. We had our initial trend line break of momentum running straight across through here. And yeah, if this with this rising in here, it could indicate another bear div first. So just know that. Just know that. No more Floki. I have no more Floki. And Floki has this nice little falling wedge in here, and I have no more Floki. I shouldn't have sold Floki. I mean, I'm saying it like it's too late to get back into it. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to trade memes anymore. And I don't usually play with memes. Ow. Just, okay. So, I mean, I think this might have had the, no, see, this did get the rise, but it's trying to outplay it. So price did slip up under it, but it is interacting with the cloud, so that's good. And then it got a little extra rise into it, so Floki could continue down. It could, and then we'll be in here redrawing that top line. Or this bottom line. So, yeah. We'll see what happens with that. Where were we at with this? Yeah, potentially looking at the same thing where we break out and we stall out. But that 20 SMA was sitting exactly here on this trend line. So when the break does happen, it's an authentic break. It's an authentic break to be had. You just want to watch and see if you're coming up into here, how you're reacting. But this is starting to curve in like some claws. So hopefully it does more of this in here, more of that. And if it does that, then you'll get an expansion. You won't just get a push into some resistance, potential resistance. You actually get an expansion. So Floki, maybe it does. Maybe it does. I didn't like this right here, but at the end of the day, when it comes to volatility, and that's not a volatility indicator, volatility will trump relative strength. Put it like that. I might reconsider on this. Maybe I do like a 1x. Yeah, that's a good idea. I do a 1x leverage trade. Maybe a 2x. All right, chain link. Get rid of that. Nothing has actually changed for link, so there's really no talking point in here for it. I don't like how this line is. It's not parallel. That's bothering me. That's gonna bother me too. That's better. All right. I'm just being weird. I was gonna say I don't like this line either, and I don't. But I am being a little weird right now. Okay, so looks like it has like a rising channel right here. Same way Hyperliquid does. A little bit of a rising channel formation in here. I wonder if that has bear divs or something. The way we did that, it just kind of makes me feel like we may have. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. It's an indicator in the world. Okay. It is a rising formation though. So looks like we got a little bit of a rising channel in here on the 4-hour time frame. It's no biggie. So bounce or break. I guess when we do get the 4-hour retracement, or bigger retracement than what we have in here, it could potentially bounce. If it breaks, then I mean, I'll just be looking down here to 21.4032, but it probably will bounce. It'll go over a little bit how I have this drawn out, or maybe even just sweep a little bit of liquidity in here, but it looks like it will bounce here off the 4-hour and probably do what Sol did, where Solana broke to the upside of that channel that it did have. So that we already looked at XLM. Dogecoin. Same space. I really don't feel like going through these altcoins. I'm gonna tell you the truth, and there's really nothing special in here happening. If you're not in Bitcoin anyway right now, which I'm not, so shame on me. Altcoins probably just gonna be waiting on whatever correction Bitcoin has coming. Let me see virtuals though. Make sure that this didn't set us up just yet. Oh, so sleepy. I barely got any sleep. How I keep getting this pain. I barely got any sleep last night, and that's probably why I'm hurting a little bit. And I really, 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 really need to get some sleep. So bad for my health. I just kept waking up in the middle of the night looking at the chart. I hate sleeping I used to have a really, really hard time sleeping, even with setting the stop loss, even with the stop loss, which you should have every time. Though sometimes I think I'm a genius and I'm not. I still can't sleep. If I'm in a trade, I can't sleep. And I kept waking up to look at Aster, kept waking up to look at Hype. Um, then I woke up and I really wanted to get back into NYX, even though I just sat here and told you that I'm not going to play with that thing too much more or no more. I said one of those two things. Um, oh, you know what? I never did show you. So, hold on. I don't even know if where is it at? It's sadness right here. NYX. Let me tell you the other thing too about that NYX trade, right? So I slimmed back my position size after I kept doing the break even, the stop loss to entry. I kept doing the stop loss to entry every time it pumped up. And I had times where I could have, you know, taken, I was up like pretty good and I could have taken some profit from it and I didn't do it because I was trying to get a bigger move. And by the time the bigger move happened, what I did at that moment was I scaled back my position size. And then when I hear about an hour later, when I hear Face talk about it, and it's like, because I scaled back the position size because I was thinking, okay, well, it can come back down here one more time, just below where I got my entry at, and then I'm gonna add a second half into that because I know it's gonna bounce from here. I just wanted to come in just a little bit, slightly below where I'm at right now, and I didn't get a chance to do it because, like I said, certain influencers can actually move a market. And so then I was all upset, like, oh my gosh, I scaled back my position size. It was up like 200 and something percent. I because it pumped past where I had my take profit entry at. So that was it right there. That was the one TP that I got out of it. And that was after it pulled back to my take profit entry. So I didn't have the take profit set for my, how you saw it on the chart. I didn't have it set. I waited for it to come back and do it. And so I was like, maybe it'll keep running. Maybe it'll keep running. Then I was like, nah, you know what? You need to go ahead and take some profit out of it. And let's not sports trade today. Let's go ahead and take some profit out of it. But I was really upset because that could have been my moment. And it was ruined. It was ruined. I don't think any of these coins are doing anything whatsoever. I know a lot of people have been looking at Zcash. I don't know. I don't know. I need to put this back on Hyperliquid though. As much as I want to run through these altcoins, I need to see this thing right here. I probably need to change this again. But like, how many times can you change this? Let me see. Because I don't want to keep. No, that ain't gonna be right. I don't like it anyway. What was I rambling about that wasn't important that I can't remember now? I don't know. I really can't remember. I need to look back at Bitcoin though. It's at 120. All right. Bitcoin will be pump. Bitcoin will be pump. And we squeezing. We squeezing. Can we do it? I don't think we had a direction in here. No, we don't have a direction in here. Maybe it's up though, but we don't have an actual direction right there. In fact, let me turn that off. I can see we're squeezing. I don't want that to be distracting. I don't even think I have that in here. I do. So whatever it was, it probably, yeah. I would expect for us to get, why is this right here? To this 4-hour level in here. I'm just going to have to leave it on this one. I would expect for us to get in here if we're going to push back up to here and take out this high. I would expect for us to get into here. I know about the formation in here. I've seen it. Let's see what it was though. I guess everybody draw their little pose and say we're going to 150. Yeah, if we get through here and take out that, I don't know why those levels are not showing up. Oh, duh. That's why, honey, because you went back to the 15-minute chart and you blocked it. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see if we're going to get through here. Again, I would be looking right in here, 121,492, just around that off, 123,418. That's going to be our zone to watch if we're coming up to take out this high in here. If we're doing anything more than just taking out this high anyway, if that happens, if that happens with this little squeeze we got in here on the 1 hour time frame, which I don't have a sense of direction on, and that's why I went over here. I actually wanted to see, and it had already, and I had just looked at this. So you can tell I'm tired at this point. I am tired. I so am tired. Little bit of a bear div right now. So that's first things first. We have to get above the weekly level in here. We really need to close above here. That's it. But we do have a bear div in here off of that. We do have a bear div. Solana's starting to squeeze on the 1 hour as well. So I guess we'll see what direction all of this stuff is about to go into. Right now it's up if we're looking down on the other time frame, but Solana did outplay that original bear div, but I know it's not higher than the other high that I'm looking at over there. So they have a technical term for that, and I can't think of it right now, but yeah. If Solana comes back, you really want to see it hold about 230. Hold about 230. 230 will keep it from coming back inside the dynamic cloud on the 15-minute time frame. So about 230. Yeah, that'll keep it from coming back into here. If you're in Solana, 230 will, and also over here, it'll put your standard deviation 1 around 230. So it's 229.49, wherever that might be. Those two seem to be in sync right there. So you really want to see that. That's going to be your safe spot right there, safe zone. And my stop loss is sitting somewhere right about there too. You know how I get stopped out and the market moves on without me, but I'm not moving that stop. I'll see if it's worth me re-entering if we do manage to come back down here this far, which I will hope that we don't come down here this far. And we hold above the mean. 50% retracement. I'm saying 50% retracement, but the mean, let's just say the mean. I don't really see anything else to talk about, to be honest. Somebody was talking about cake yesterday, and I'll be dang, it pumped. It pumped. Cake. This thing was down about 44% today. That's and to imagine that it can still go down to that golden pocket, I mean, that's a huge decline. It's a hot mess. That's what it is. It's a hot mess. I was looking at on the higher time frame, just like the moves this thing was making. But yeah, to be in this and to get those big declines, that has to suck. Let me take a look at Zcash. That's what I wanted to do since people are talking about it. I don't want to just trade something just because people who weren't interested in something are now suddenly interested in it. It's not what I want to do with something like this. So yeah. So people gonna get caught up on this thing and it's gonna roll over. I mean, oh, I can see it now. It's actually in sync with these lows. If it did get that measure move, that's what will bring it back down here. Yeah, back down here. Huh. That would suck. I'm pretty sure right now though, on this time frame right here, it's probably still trading outside of the bands. It's not even trading in the bands right now. Yeah, it's still outside the band. So it's pretty strong on the daily. On the daily, the 4 hour broke and came back up, which probably it's like a 26 EMA. Let's see if I even got that in here. No, it's just a 10. I should have said 10 anyway. No, I'm thinking 26. So a 10 EMA. That looks nice too. He started consolidating here on Zcash though. He started consolidating in here, not really going any higher. You probably would end up seeing that breakdown. And that would be a hard fall. I don't really know too much about the project. I've heard good things about it though. I've heard some good things about it. So I don't want to assume anything about it, but I just think that everybody jumping in on it right now, jumping in because of the fact that it pumped and they're going to end up being exit liquidity. But if you want to degen, I mean, we missed that anyway. And I'm using 5, 10, 26. EMAs. We'll wait and see if we can get something off of it though. Maybe it I mean these wicks up here. I mean it's so wicky too. Why is it so wicky? That's a lot of wicks. I don't know if I like that. We'll wait to see on a position in it though. And let me do away. Oh, let me take that one out. So 786. We'll see on a pullback. On a pullback, if we could at least get it back into here and it looks safe, it might be a good spot. If not, it'll be this one right in here. Sometimes it is that second one. That lined up with the second one right there. Still breaking momentum. But 134.41. Let's see how it does if it comes back in here. Bitcoin still holding. That's cool. ETH still holding. Solana still same spot. See if we can get this little Zcash position. And let me see how Aster, yeah, same position in here. And nothing really has changed over here for Litecoin either. And in other news, I don't really have any other news. Yeah, wait on this 15-minute to break down. I guess if Aster can clear here, if it can, and if it can clear here, then maybe it has the freedom. It will be a rough one. I'm pretty sure it looks a lot like, let me see if 1 hour is, yeah, 1 hour has it in here. It's getting close to coming into green. So probably if it can get past here, maybe it just does this right here. I would take that too. Yeah. I would settle for that. Is anybody shorting Zcash? I'm not shorting. I haven't been shorting anything. It's been my downfall. There have been some great opportunities to short. I would probably get into this if it wasn't already hitting resistance right here, hitting these lows. Let's see, maybe I'm gonna wait for that 1 hour candle to close, see if we can get it pulled back just a little bit, and then it might be worth taking an entry off of. I really was thinking maybe it come back into one of those fips, at least that one. But it could already have broken the momentum in here on this 1 hour time frame. Just a little too close for comfort in here. That's going to be faster than, let's just say, breaking this right here. I'll put it on this one. I mean, I guess they did it at the same time. If that's the case, I'd rather see it off of here though. Okay, Bitcoin spiked that weekly level right there. That's probably, yeah, golden pocket. This is a spot where more people get short. Ethereum still stalled out, same spot. Same thing goes for Solana. It's in around 230 point, let's say 230.80 right now. I'm being such a hypocrite sitting over here watching this Zcash short, talking about don't want to get into a position on it, but looking for a position on it. It just said people want to get into it because it pumped, and yeah, I guess that's true. Guess that's true. Come on down here, Zcash. I do think a lot of people are gonna get trapped in it, though. I really do. And the fall from glory gonna be good for somebody who has the skills to short it. I don't know. They do any partnerships or anything like that? Is there any news? Move that so I can see. Cash 7%. Just days. What drives the rally? Well, I hope when you would tell me. That sounds so southern then. And like I'm on a cotton field. Well, I was hoping you would tell me. I'm such a child when I'm sleepy too. Oh gosh, forgive me. Forgive me. I want to click on it, but it'll take up space. It'll take up space. All right, so a little bit of a rejection. I know that we are tight in the bands in here, and we have been coming back towards this golden pocket every time here for Aster. I just need to have something on here. Excuse me. I probably should have just jumped into this thing anyway. I got time. I got time. I got time. All right, Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. We pushing. Hooray. Need to sync this one right here. I just want to see that one. We're a long way from reaching it off of this 15-minute. I don't think I ever used a sentiment indicator before. Telegram, sentiment, social volume, social dominance, sentiment, just sentiment. Yeah, just sentiment altogether. Let's see how this works. No, I didn't mean to do that. How positive should we be? 70 to 90% sounds about good. That would probably just mean buy. This would be a strong buy. Exceptionally positive. I'll just go with a buy. Bitcoin, ETH, XRP, BNB. So, I mean, pretty much all of your top ones are sitting in here for a strong buy. Sorry, for a buy. A buy. Let me see. Okay, strong buy for XLM and HBAR and Leo and Uni, Aptos and Algo and FLR. What is FLR? It's number 58. It's down right now. Might be a good one. Look at OP sitting up here in the strong buy category. Algo, huh? Why? Oh, look at Algorand. It looks just like everything else, but strong buy, huh? Let me just see. Yeah, it looks like everything else. Do got them claws on it though. Got those claws on it. Yeah, I mean, Let me see what that looks like. Let me check what the settings are. 5, 10, 20, 60. Sorry. 60. Put a 200 right there. As I flip through these. Turn that one on. I might actually buy this one now. Depends on how much leeway it gives me. It's already slightly above the 20 SMA. Slightly above it. Yeah, just ever so slightly above it. It's cutting through it, so speaking of which, that might be what everything. Let me see if that's what. Let me see if that's where this one topped out at. Where is it at? No, it wasn't that. Okay, it's above the 60. XLM might not be too bad, even though I was looking at it hitting that band, top side of the band. That might not be bad at all. This is rather flat in here. I'm not going to take XLM, but I probably will do this algo. This is relatively flat. This is above it. And then all of these cross up and then it's a go. So maybe it's just a weight in here. The reason why it's hitting the band. Maybe it goes up, comes back, back test, and then goes. That could be what it does. But it looks like everything else, it just hasn't got the break out of here just yet. So this might be a good one to jump into. Algo. See these other suggestions. I can just buy this spot too. Will algo price hit $1? Let me see what the other ones were. Let me make sure Bitcoin. Actually, I don't have to do that. Where is it at? Let me just see where Bitcoin was at real quick. Okay. The same spot. No. The other sentiment ones were. So that's not bad. People looking to jump into algo. I can't look back at Aptos because it's already pumped and I missed that move. I'm sure the daily, yeah, it's already pumped. And this is choppy as crap. I couldn't use these on that uni. I don't see me buying this one. Leo and all them wicks. I need to move this. This was that first break anyway. I already changed this already on my actual chart, which is not this one. And I have that one. So yeah, algo. That's probably the thing. I'm already in OP. I don't like that. Pax Gold. That thing is super expensive. What is Tether Gold? What is this? Kaya. Never heard of this. I'm just running through these. Algo like the only one I could look at really and really see myself trading it. It's cleaner. So might do this. Let me see what the chances of getting the pullback are. It already did this first little break to the upside. Four. If I could get that, that'd be cool. Had a nice little squeeze in here. On the low, on the 4. We'll see. If I can get it to come back down to here, I will get into a long entry on it. This looks pretty good. Probably don't want it to come back below that point. What was that on the daily? I'll do it like that. But if this really starts to squeeze, then this will probably run up through here or something. It's not bad. I'm going to put this back on Bitcoin for now, though. I do wonder if it'll just move because, dang. Look at that. I guess not right now. And see, Cash is like, not today, ma'am. Not today. You will not be getting in, like you said. Want to trade me because everybody is jumping into me because I'm bumping. Dang. And I hope this other thing, I hope kind of make you want to FOMO, not into this. It kind of made me want to FOMO into algo just in case it decides it wants to do the same thing. Pull back. It wouldn't hurt. I can buy it spot. A leverage long position later, right? So I think I probably will do that. Just buy it spot. And then I can go back and look at a leverage position. It'll kill my FOMO a little bit. It's at resistance. I hate to buy into this resistance. Dang it, you. That's a nice little alligator mouth anyway. But dang it, you. I'm going to forget about you anyway. You're already pumping. That's a choppy 15-minute time frame. If they wanted to stop me from wanting to buy in, they did it with that chop. That's a choppy 15-minute time frame. I can stretch this all the way out. I'm still going to add this little spot position, and then if I can get the pull back into the golden pocket, I'll take a leverage position. All right, so I did that. And just like looking at your chart. Sure. At least until Aster breaks out or something. SFP, I suppose. It's not really an SFP though. Solana. One might argue that's a little bit head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulder. This flips back up right here. I might take a leverage long on that. I know I'm kind of late. I should have did this earlier than now. I'm trying to get into some BNB at the top. It's crazy. But I'm going to see what it does. And if it pulls back, because I do see, I just wanted to see which one of these it was. So if it does, because I just looking right there. Momentum is down a little bit in here. Still above the mean. Everything is still above the mean. So everything's still in bullish control zone. So if it pulls back, it wouldn't hurt anything if it did that. But it's still strong right now. So if it turns back up, I guess I at the 20x or something on this. Let's see. I'll tell you what I did earlier with Solana when I was feverish about taking a position on it, and I could see that it was going to pull back below the 20 SMA on the 1 hour time frame. I took a 46 cents trade. It wouldn't let me do less than that, I don't think. On my 10x leverage, that's like $5, like 40. No, it's like 50, 48 after the tax, after the fee or whatever. So it was like 48 cents is what I took. The amount of money I put into the little trade just to, that's what I should have did with Algo, is just put $5 something like that into it. So I not want to try to jump into anything because I know I bought resistance, but it's on spot. I don't know if this is pumping with Bitcoin. Hold on, what was that? Nothing. Okay. I don't know if this is pumping with Bitcoin or not. Oh, and yes, once we got the actual drops, it was this one right here. I was looking at it and I was like, I know it's going to drop. I know it's going to drop. Even though I saw this, I'm like, I know it's going to drop. I can just wait. So then I put $5 in, and thank goodness I didn't take the actual position I was thinking about taking. And then this happened, and then I waited because I don't want to get into it just because it got a nice reaction, and then it's just a nice reaction. It keeps rolling over. So I waited for some interaction in here, and then I actually added the capital into the trade. So I'm hoping it can move. I am barely up with my little 10x, but up. That's 10x is not a lot, but I just need space for any sort of accidental moves, I suppose. And that's the Solana entry right there. So I waited on this candle right here. And I was patient. I said, I'm going to let it close. I'm not just going to take it because I can see it's breaking, but I'm going to let it close first and make sure it doesn't retrace back in. So not up much unless it pumps. It's already showing bear divs on here. Can't see it right here, but it is already showing bear divs. It's probably right here now. Close enough. There's no actual momentum loss in here. Not with that. Not with that. But this is gonna break down. I just have to be patient and wait for this to break down. And it's going to. It is going to. Is this EMAs? I just have to wait for it. What's that BNB? I said if it flipped back up, then I would take it. I mean, think about it. That right there likely to get hit. Coin King engaging with spammers. Spammers. Right. Actually, NYX is starting to look a little bit better too. It is. So if you were going to get into NYX, and it's not financial advice, it might be the moment of truth, at least on that 15-minute time frame. It has been holding up pretty well in this little area. So that might be it right there. I like the engagement. So and then it came back. I'm going to come back to this chart right. Despite this, let me take that away. But I don't need that anymore either. I can see where we actually came back in and back tested our trend line in here. Also right there. This might be the moment right here where it breaks this momentum back up. Only thing, again, I don't really care for is the fact that I can, of this slope right here. But this might be it. That's wonky right there. So I'm gonna take that away because it is kind of wonky. And then the other thing is it'll come into some resistance probably right about here and to here. But even the smallest move on this thing is good. It's good, even the smallest move. This thing is sitting all the way up here. Need some momentum. Too slow. It's too slow. Yeah, it's moving way too slow right now. So it really needs momentum. It's moving rather slow, but that could still be where it bounces up from. I think it could be, but it would hit some resistance in here immediately. But that could be where it bounces from. What is this? I don't actually need this over here, so I'm going to delete that. And this is confusing, so I'm going to take that one out. Okay. I'm going to have to come back to it, though, because it's slow. I just want you to see that it did bounce right there. And that might be where it's able to move from. What was I looking at? Did I not add that Zcash? I thought I did. This isn't the breakdown yet because it's still red. It's going to have to flip to gray to at least show that it played out the expansion, however how much it wants to give on the Zcash. I had this one on, and that takes place right here when it breaks below here. So it might not be ready to push all the way down into here, but it won't take place until it hit that 145 for this 15-minute time frame. And I already moved that, just making sure. Unless I needed to do, don't freeze. Unless I need to do something more so like that and look for a 786 or something like that. All right. And what I said about Ethereum, about 230, having to hold there really on a pullback, 230 even. Which might stop me out. It might actually hit my 229. Some change. Okay, I can see that MYX. It actually did break up a little bit more. And then again, like what I said about Solana, you really want to see it hold here about that 230, which these are pretty much kind of correlated right here now. And if it doesn't hold that, then it's getting back inside the cloud. It might continue down a little bit more. That could be what the squeeze is for. And then it expands down or something like that. And we come lower on also at least Bitcoin is, right now Solana dominance against Bitcoin is not all that great at the moment. So yeah, it might not hold it. It might not. It's already broken it. So it's not back inside of this range. What chart am I using? Because it's not Bluefin. Bluefin is a different price. Bluefin look like it's gonna stop me out. Yeah, it's probably gonna roll. I hope it doesn't. Let's give it a minute. Let me give it a minute. But while I'm talking about that, and you guys are probably not even in that, this might finally do. Like I said, it has to break below here. So 15-minute does imply it will break. Hold on. No, it doesn't have to break below there, does it? It doesn't have to. But if it expands, then yeah, it'll be that. And that little pump we just got on, hold on, let me add this chart. At least for now. Not you. Look at that. See, look at me buying resistance. I knew better, but it's spot position. MYX, it did pump up. Don't freeze on me, please. It did push up a little bit more. And let's see if we can just hold here. And then it, like I said, it will come into some resistance right in here. If it can hold. It is sort of like a weak high off of that move. But as long as it keep holding that, it might keep trying to grind to get its way up some more. It took it a while in here too to get this move right here, which was really good. Really good. But yeah, that momentum is coming up too fast. You never want to see that come up too fast. It comes up too fast, and it's not. The move is not as strong as the indicator if it's coming up too fast. And it is coming up a little bit too fast. But like I said, it probably chops a little bit before it does what it does. Like it did in there. If you just keep walking the line, 'cause that was also the midpoint, 50% right here of the RSI. So you want to see that mean reversion. Yeah. I'm so about to get stopped out on Solana. It's cool. And just look for the next time. It's worth getting into. But yeah, I got stopped out. Ugh, I figured that anyway. It broke back into the range. I'll think about it. I mean, it's still relatively healthy on something else I'm looking at, but let's see if it's going to keep dropping. It probably will. I guess if I was going to risk it, I probably would have just, I don't know. I'm going to just sit this one out and just wait. I'm just curious what we look like over here. It's not bad. Maybe that's what I get for moving my stop loss too. I would get a worse entry if I do it now. Just fine. I'm gonna let this candle close and then I'm gonna think about it. Because Bitcoin over here with the nice little candle, we're trying to get a candle recovery over here. Trying to. I'm still gonna let that candle close regardless. Make sure the momentum is actually there since it's mimicking Bitcoin. So this must be about to do that little expansion in here. I'm gonna set this like so, like this for now. Delete that one. Oh, Solana, you dirty, dirty, dirty girl. It's not gonna go on forever before it breaks it. It's just, I guess, gotta keep waiting. Yeah, just gotta keep waiting, and then it will. I just need one good trade for today, one, and then I'm out of the market for the rest of the day. Just one good one. And Solana look like it's trying to do a meme. Held the no, not really. Not really. For the candle to not open above, continue to push up. It shows weakness in it though. So right here, how you got this nice little candle recovery after it dropped into here. The next candle that opened should have just easily been able, if there was any strength in this move, and apparently there wasn't because this candle right here would have opened and pushed up above it, but instead it's breaking down below it. So I guess it was a good exit. I was feeling some kind of way, but yeah, it didn't follow up with strength. Same thing happened. Well, not the same thing, but a similar situation that happened with NYX. With NYX, you barely had a wick on this candle. And it was a nice little candle overall. But the fact that the next candle that opened didn't have continuation, just like over here. Like there's nothing. There's no wick on this one. So you had a shaved top and you couldn't open after that and continue to push up. And the same thing goes for with the downside. So that's why it says probably going to chop, chop, chop before it actually does it. Like you got a shaved bottom on here. You didn't continue. Didn't continue down. So that was a good indication. And so Solana's going to have to show some strength. This is still grinding because it's at 150 and we need it for it to come down lower than 150. See, like this one made sense right here. How you got the doji and you continue to follow through with barely a wick and you continue to follow through. And now you got a tail, so a pretty long tail. You would be looking for this to actually not be doing what it's, well, actually, yeah, it's trying to come back up, but it should have did it with a lot more ease than what it's doing right now. But anyway, I'd rather be in something that's more favorable. So just watch that one. Bitcoin's going to bring it back up. Bring Solana back up, that is. When I looked at BNB earlier, dominance, that is. Ah, come on. It didn't have a lot of weakness against Bitcoin. Not much at all. It is ranging though, which is weird. Oh, we looked at this already. Potential to break up or break down on the divergence, not divergence, dominance. It's not moving bad against Bitcoin dominance at all. In here a little bit, just in the past almost 8 hours. But beforehand, it was doing what Solana, which was moving on its own. And it's not because of Bitcoin dominance. Oh, well. Ethereum just sitting in the same place, which is why I'm really not paying attention to it too much. But again, Ethereum is in a good place in here. Above here, it's in a good place. I can't remember what this was for. It's there. I can't remember why. But like I said, this just brought Ethereum back. And I don't think I really moved any of that. I just brought it back into a little squeeze and bringing it back up into standard deviation 1 and 2. So hopefully, like I said, at the end of the week, if we're back in here, maybe it continues, to move within, get back to moving within. Otherwise, it might reject and, it does have, this red in here. It popped up first. Well, actually, it got a small little retracement right here, and then it popped up back behind that. So we'll see what happens in here. Because if it's not there, then, yeah, it could mean that it's coming back down here towards the 20 for starters. I would think that it would take out this low, and then that would probably put it there. Nice little squeeze, though. Dang. So Bitcoin, of course, dragged Solana back up. I'm not going to let that encourage me to stop moving my stop loss. Sometimes you do feel that way, though. Like, God dang, like you're going to keep stopping me out and then, give me a worse entry afterwards. But it just, I don't know. Yeah. I can't even guarantee that this pumps up, though. So But I did see this right here. I did notice it that it was just at the mean. That's why I said it didn't look crappy on the move down. But I guess I'd rather be safe than sorry. It's all right. Zcash just won't give. It just won't budge. Just take the plummets, sir. Take the plummet. See, I need it below 146 so I can stop looking at it. I need it below 146 right now. Let me see what else is there to care about. I feel like my big win today is probably going to be MYX. I don't know why. I was just looking at that 1 hour time frame. I can see why it's not actually giving on the 1 hour. It's actually where I spotted the resistance from last night too off of that 1 hour time frame, but I can see why it's not. It sort of looks like it's expanding, as if I would be looking for it to break down. But it looks like it's expanding. Sorry, I just wanted to double check that line. This might be. Dang, BNB. BNB breaking this little trend line in here. I honestly don't want to take that, so I'm not. But that's pretty good. If I do, I would not be looking for it to come back into. Make sure that's the SMA that I put in. I think it is. Yeah. I wouldn't be looking for it to come back into that if I did. I would have already been stopped out if I'd have taken it too. I would have already been stopped out. Yeah. Because I'm setting tight stop losses. right about now, especially by the top. Oh, but this right here, the reason why this is getting no interaction on this one. I mean, a beautiful squeeze, but that can go on for a minute. It has to get above the 20 SMA for it to even. I mean, but in here, like it's above the squeeze within here. The squeeze within the squeeze. It's above it. But the 20 is up there and it's not near it. It's sitting in a squeeze, it looks like. I ain't actually looked to see if the Bollingers are squeezing or not, the actual Bollinger Bands, but everything else is showing a squeeze. So I guess it is trying to squeeze right here. At least this side is turned up. Might be some temporary strength since this side is turned up and this side is flat. But what it's not doing is right here. This is where I spotted the rejection at last night. It was evening my time or afternoon. No, evening. Evening my time. And we haven't come back up towards it. So we'll see what the squeeze does. If it actually pushes it into it for some sort of interaction. Whatever happened in here would probably be a bear day for starters, but I feel like this is going to be the one. And I hope it happens in here and not down here, which I don't need this one anymore, which was the platinum pocket. Or 50% retracement. How about that? But I played it because it was the platinum pocket. And then, of course, you had all of, let's see, on this 4 hour, you had all of this in here that it was holding that support. And now, so yeah, this is a crew. Ooh. This is a bad chart. 4 hour bad. And I just went back to see how well it did when it did little momentum breaks in here. Let's try to see. So it did start a nice move in there. You would have suffered a little bit, I suppose, in here, but it did run through. And it's far from this line right here right now. It would hit this one first. So this must go on for a minute. With little chop zones in between. We'll see. It looked like it might go on for a minute on this 4 hour. That's going to be terrible. I don't want to play no platinum pocket on this. Let me take that off. Although the 1 hour, it's not trashy. The 1 hour is not trashy, but let's have to give the 1 hour a little bit of time. I think it's going to do okay. I hope it does okay. You got the bull dip here on the 1 hour too. At a support level. Change this. I really don't actually. I'm just going to put 2 lines in here. That little extra deviation is fine. It looks like it's moving. ENB. $2, I think. Yeah, it did. It moved $2. I'm gonna regret not taking it, but I'm not taking this. Oh man. Go BNB, go. Hopefully this is the move that breaks it out of here and finishes this out. Stop it, screen. Nice momentum curve up here. In the pocket. I mean, it looks good on the 15-minute time frame. You're just hitting a little bit of resistance in here. That's what your reaction is. Just a little bit of resistance in here. I'll make a real decision in a little bit. Make sure it's not Bitcoin. There's no momentum break. It did though. Just the challenges of a move. Yeah, it's too risky to take it. That's the same thing I did with Soul this morning. When I looked over here, it is too risky to take it. Far too risky. Given that 1 hour, given the 4 hour, just given the overextension, it's far too risky. And it would just be better to wait for it to cool off a little bit. Even if it does move up, just let it cool off. Can always, yeah, it's just better to wait. Even if it does, just better. It's too risky. There she go. There she go. Patience. With a little bit of patience. She finally did it. And now don't you go bouncing anytime soon. I would like a bigger pullback. Let me see. The one doesn't look like it would do it other than momentum, but that can do what it did over here. Let's see, 4. Just trying to skip through real quick. Isn't it like that? This is extended too on the 4-hour time frame with the bear div in here. With the potential for the double top, but I think too many people are hyped on it right now to let it go all the way back down there just yet. I think it was the 1 hour I said that was okay. 1 hour was okay. 4 hours not. 4 hours not okay. But it probably takes some time before I see that 4 hour give up the ghost. All right, so that can be it. That 786 right there can be it. I'm just gonna pull this down here though. Golden pocket would be great. That was a 786 in here with the little highs in here or whatever. It's still high. So I just do them both. It's 7-8. I guess that little a little little evening star pattern up there. Yes, that did it. I haven't entered yet, even though that 786 would have been a great little bounce on. I'm just trying to see if it wants to continue a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't run back up. If it does, just miss it. That 4 hour at some point is going to roll over. And this thing will be in the dirt again and nobody will want to trade it. That pump. BNB. It's gone. Go, baby, go. Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. That's it. Just hitting that resistance in here. And that's why I was falling back. It's still too risky to get into BNB. I wanted to. That's why I was watching it, but it's still too risky. All right, nice little pump push up beyond the golden pocket there. I'm trying to let this candle close instead of being premature. It's gonna bounce a little bit, obviously. Momentum up. It is. God dang it! I hate you for doing that to me, Solana. Solana. That's where I like to be. And Solana. So Solana, I was leaning towards a breakdown, but I guess not. It is trying to, it's pushing through here. It is, let me see. Yeah, I mean, momentum is up. It is continuing to hold through here. So I guess it will try to push up instead. Yeah. And I'll tell you, the story of my life is when I get stopped out and then the market continues without me. It happens every time. Because I'm a move my stop loss kind of gal. It's trying to make me FOMO. That's what it's trying to do. Trying to make me FOMO. We'll see what's the worst that can happen. Aster is still doing okay, but on that 2 hour time frame for Aster, you do have a rising low, which indicates that price can be preparing to pull back here. Um, it doesn't really have to mean a whole lot, but it has been chopping away at that point of control. So um, that might be the thing that holds it back as it reaches more for the top, as it's reaching more up here. It might start to pull back. Look at Litecoin. As soon as it breaks the top, I mean, we'll see though. That's what happened right there. Mm, mm. Yay, Litecoin. No, Aster's gonna pump. Even though, even though that 2 hour look like it's gonna, it doesn't, I'm not saying it's gonna correct right now. I just saw that cloud drop on Aster on that 1 hour time frame though. That's always nice. It doesn't have to be traumatic of a move. But I remember when I was looking at Ethereum the other day too, and I saw it on Ethereum. Anytime I see it, I mention it because I know I have not been using the indicator as much here. But on this 1 hour, hold on, I'm not okay. On this 1 hour right here, you can see, and that's usually positive. 2 hour, I'm sorry. 1 hour is already broken it, and you can see that it's turning down right here. So that typically means a stronger push to the upside can be setting up here for Aster, even with a pullback. Even with a pullback, a stronger move can be setting up for it. So on the 2 hour, you can see it's dropping over here. And usually when that happens, when you start getting this drop, you start creating a whole bunch of bullish divergence that just keeps thrusting price to the upside. So we'll see how this goes as long as um, this turns back up right here. Because I've seen sometimes too where this will turn down and instead of this going up, because they should be going in the opposite direction. So that's what I call a jack and the beanstalk, where this grows out of the ground. I consider this to be the ground when it's down. So this pushes up to the top versus following with this. So they should deviate from each other in order to start creating that bullish undertone for price action. Even with, like I said, even with a pullback, it should just continue to create bullish divergence. If that flips up right, that's all we need to see. That's all we need to see. But that looks good over here on this side right here with the 1 hour. So very likable chart. Still have a third left, so I'm hoping that it will actually pump. Um, some more. Meanwhile, Solana over here playing tricks. It did make you want to FOMO though. It's over here playing tricks. Now, let me get this off the charts and out of the way. My bad. I hadn't even looked back at hype, which I should have been. It's coming down a little bit. I mean, we saw it earlier. I think it's probably like in the same spot it was earlier. $49. This thing is slow right now. And 786 was a good bounce zone. I'm just trying to see if the momentum is going to turn back up right here first. And you can see it off of this wick right here. But sometimes that's not enough. So I just want to make sure. It does this right here. That's all I'm just trying to see. I expect for it to push back inside of this gray in here anyway. But just trying to be patient with it. Roll over, Solana, why don't you? I guess my initial assessment was the one to go with Solana. The possible expansion would mean it would be coming down lower. That's opposite. You got the one bounce in here, the one. And then this is the outlier. This part down here. That's the outlier. This part versus this part. And you already did this one. So if it's expanding, then it would come all the way back down towards 227. And I be trying to wait for the little candle to close to make sure I'm not jumping ahead of momentum. Stop freezing. Even that looks like it's expanding. And see, that might make more sense with price action, but even this looks like it's expanding. I'm just trying to do whatever Bitcoin is doing. It's not cool. It's not cool. All right, so momentum might be trying to shift a little bit over here on Zcash because it did hold that 786 real nice, and now it's holding the golden pocket zone. Okay, right here. If you want more of a pullback versus playing around here at the top, just wait on your 4-hour time frame to fall out of favor, because it is going to. And then with the 4-hour, you will pull your fib from lower than what this 15-minute is pulled from. But it is going to. I don't know why my computer keeps doing this. You see it lagging. You see it's lagging, but it's going to. All of this through here, of course, that's gonna it's gonna find its way back in the market. 786 potentially. Measure move potentially back in here. That's a long fall from grace. 50% retracement. Just about. It will. At some point. You do got a quick little signal in here. RSI is always going to be more reactive, more responsive first. And like I said, you are guaranteed to pull back inside of this gray right here at least. And it might pop back up here and try this again. These highs. I've been having a lot of problems with Blowfin lately where um, the chart isn't updating, so I can't really tell. It's not necessarily that chart, but I know I'll be looking at Trading View, and I can see the price action has moved. As I say, it's moving against me, but Blowfin chart gets frozen, and I have to keep hitting the refresh button on it so I can see what my actual drawdown is. It's a headache when it's not updating and you're looking at it and you don't really know where you stand unless you got another chart to look at the same time. Hopefully it breaks away from Bitcoin because Bitcoin right now, um, after coming into that golden pocket 786, you got your shorts in here. We'll see if this curls back up though. I think Bitcoin. I'm surprised we haven't done that yet, even though that daily. Um, Even though you got this little fast signal in here on the daily, you still got a pretty strong MACD. Still got a solid blue MACD. Something will change by the end of the day. I mean, I don't like that, but okay, it can come up some more though. I definitely agree that it can come up some more. I don't think that there was anything hidden in here that there's nothing really hidden in here. No, nothing at all. Nope, nothing's hidden in here. Might be flagging over here, of course, but I don't see anything. I'm gonna get out of here. Again, a good indicator. Again, besides your RSI, I guess it just depends on that RSI. But a good indicator gonna be the same one I always love to just trade with. It's the only one I trade with. It's the commodity channel index. You can see how this is sitting. I always have to change it because I'm gonna push this from a 14 to a 20. That's my preference, a 20. I'm not waiting on price action across the signal line, but I use that for confirmation, especially when it starts getting real slow. I can't stand those dashes, so I have to block them. Let me just make this darker. I prefer using the break back into the 100. So that tends to be um, a better signal, especially when you deviate far enough from it. So if I do that, I can feel a little bit. It's not there. It's it actually came in right here, but you can't tell it. It's always going to be behind. When you curve up and you start looking for it, like over here, you probably, that's why you want to use, this is where you want to start to use this right here. You have to get used to eyeballing this too. You really do have to get used to eyeballing it. Now, I probably would have taken this one right here. Now it got stopped out. And that's facts. I probably would have taken this one over here, and I would have got stopped out. But just set your stop loss and then wait again. And it really just all depends on how we're going down in here. But I do like to use it when it comes back up, the 100 in here. And always checking your divergence, of course. But I think it's a great indicator. Ain't gonna be right 100% of the time. No indicator is. Not a single one. But it is worthy. That would have been a good one. And this one right here, you had your line all outside of it. So this would have definitely been a good one right there. This doesn't look like it broke out. This right here was a good one. So you can see how most of the time it's going to give you a good play if you just do it like that. Sometimes it won't, but most of the time it will slap. Like this, it's all the way up here. Even if this did break down and come back up the 100, I would sit this out me and I would wait for this to come down. Like it's so much better if, for me personally, if this slips in like this, like if it, I don't want it when it's still up here towards the highs. And well, that's not a good example of a reversal with it towards the highs. That's a good example. I guess this one right here. When it's up here, I'm thinking it'll come up and it'll swing fail. So I don't want it then. Then the other thing is going to be your when it's at the top, right? So when it's at the top and it pushes back out of the 100, those are super powerful moves right there. Super powerful. So if it comes down and it does one of these numbers where it reverses up and breaks out of the top, those are some nice runners right there. When it breaks out of the top and does that, because you see it's holding your 50% retracement in here too. So your midpoint, I keep saying 50, but this is a zero line in here on CC. But when it does that and it breaks out of the top, like those are really good moves in here. I don't see if it did something like that in here somewhere else. Well, it did it right here for sake, and came back up and pushed back out. So you got that little extra pop in there. Let's see where it might have did. Oh, right here it did it. So let's see, because those be some good moves right there. So right here it did it, and you got a nice little move out right there. It can be better. It really can be better. These are cheese mo, but it's Zcash. What can I say? It came back up and pushed up right here. So yeah, those are some nice moves right there. I like the moves like that. And if you fell in your 50, you coming up, your line coming. So you're going to use your 100. I keep saying 50. 100, your 0, and your negative 100. So your plus 100, 0, negative 100. Those are what you're going to use. And then the signal line that they give you, that's just additional confirmation, or however you train your eyes to see this line in here. I like to see it diving. That's what I like to see on a good coin. Let me find something else. What's a good coin? What's the Solana's a good one. Even though I already got a Solana chart open. Let's try XRP. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, another thing too. Something that I do doesn't always work, but it's good for it. If you ever see this right here, get to like 3 or 2, 300 to 200. It's really overextended. Like 300 is not a number that it generally gets to. I'm still working with the 300 because sometimes you can keep moving with the 3, but whenever you see it get that overextended, that sometimes can be a good entry point too off of those high numbers like that. Like this one right here, you can see it did come up, probably even went into 300. Right here is showing that it did something like a 291, 281, something like that, but it was pretty high. So that's another good indication, especially when you have a nice little candle to go with it. That's good. This one right here did it as well over here. 300 and something. So sometimes when it get out to like a 300 and something, it might be something that's going to continue moving. So 300 can lead into like some sort of a deviation, not necessarily deviation, but well, CC doesn't actually step. It doesn't generally step down, but you can see like this on a regular chart, you would have been saying bullish divergence. You probably would have been thinking bear divs, but the way this is moving right here, bull divs, for sure, for sure. But here you can see it coming up the 1 right here. And like I said, let's see if this got a good example in here of pushing back out. There isn't one. You probably would have attempted this twice. Both times you would have came into some profit and moved your stop loss if you're anything like me. But that was good. And tweezer bottom there for confirmation. Another good confirmation right here with this move over here. And this one right here coming back in to the range. Yeah, my PC is really lagging. I'm gonna have to get off of this thing. This is another example of being that high up with the 300. Like I said, sometimes 300 can indicate that price is just going to continue pushing higher. So when the cool off comes after the 3, when it flips down from 3, 2, I like a lot. 3, when it flips down from 3, it might keep going. It might keep going, and that's because the indicator doesn't go any higher. You would have to change your settings on it, which I do a lot of times too. I just change the settings on it. That's a good 100 entry right there. And this is like a 2. Yeah, 200 and something right in here. So you got pretty extended in here. It did do a bear div on you right there, but it came back in right here. So back into your 100 right there, negative 100. I don't really see where it swings back out. I don't really see it. I mean, you can see where it's failed a few times, coming up to 50, dropping back below the 50. You want to pay attention to, I mean, I keep saying 50, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Now, some people will wait until it breaks the 0. That's wrong. That's wrong. You want to do 1, 0, 1. And while not 100% every time, it's still, for somebody who doesn't really know a lot about charts, it's helpful. It is helpful. And the rest is about managing your risk, but it is very, very helpful. And like I said, I moved mine to a 20. I prefer the 20. The standard setting is a 14. And while I'm yapping, and over here, what does Zcash do? Because I'm so sorry. And I'm about to get out of here anyway. 145. I'm about to get out of here anyway. So but no, I don't really like this. I could say once it moves above the 0 line, I'll take it. But then again, I can be looking at it doing something like this. I'm not really where it pushes up above the 0 and then it drops back down below it. That looks pretty valid. See, you crossing up your 0, and your next candle opens, and you stop under your next candle because that one sent you back down. Maybe it might be something to that. Crossing up might be something to that. You probably would have paid something on that one. And that one, but not too bad. And that just came up to 100 right here. I guess good for scalping as well. I just rather play the 100 and 100. That's it, 100 and 100 really. And look for failures in the swing, but 100 and 100 is what I prefer. And a tiny bit slower than I'm gonna delete this, guys. Tiny bit slower. I guess it's gonna delete. Then say, like I told you, this is gonna come back in here. That's usually a good entry because it has to recover back inside of this deviation. It was too far outside, so it's gonna push back in. I'm not taking that, but you can always look forward to that to happen. And your fast signal that was in here on your RSI. RSI is going to be more responsive than that CCI was. It's going to be much more responsive. And back above your midpoint in here on your RSI, which I said I wanted to make sure that it would do something like this right here before I even wanted to enter into it. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill. Maybe I just wait on the bigger fish, which would be the 4 hour. And that was a great place to get it. That's 786. And this is what this indicator right here usually looks like. It's not going to have that, but it is your it's this indicator right here. Is BB percent scaled. I like to use this indicator a lot. Um, Hold on. Did I create something different? I probably did. Hold on. It shouldn't read scale. Here it is. Bollinger Band percent. This is what the indicator looks like. Without the stuff I did to it, this is what it looks like this. It looks just like this. Easy thing to do. You go to that BB percent, add your Bollinger to it. Just your standard Bollinger Band over the top of it. Like so. You can change the rest of the settings on it in here. So you can see that's mine's. I did a little bit of extra stuff in here, not too much of a difference. This is what the indicator actually looks like from the original creator of this in here. And then you can see that same move right here where you're outside of that. So you basically, like I said, you're what's the word I'm looking for? I'm just looking for the extra compression within the Bollinger Band itself, because this is designed to show you where price action is in relationship to the Bollinger Band. This is what this does. Shows you where price is in relationship to the Bollinger Band, which this is your 20 SMA, that dash blue line across the center. That's going to be your 20 SMA. The red dash line across the top, that's your standard deviation 2. And the green dash line across the bottom, that's your standard deviation 2 as well. So it just, again, just shows you where you are in relation to the Bollinger. And if I take away my additional my one in here, you can see what I mean right here. So if this had been on at the time, you would have seen it push up into the Bollinger, but it wasn't at the time. So you can see that it's away from the 20%. I mean, away from the 20 SMA. So that's what that is right there. And then I just want to see where price is compressing at within the this indicator itself. Because like when you use like his bandwidth, like it'll show you like where the Bollinger might be getting ready to have a move at. Well, I do this so I can see where price might be compressing at and what direction price might actually be looking to go to. So again, without the stuff that I have on this one right here, you can still see all of that. You can see that this band right here, it traveled all the way from down here up above this zero line, which is where I really like to catch it at, is the 50. I really like to catch it when it travels, whichever side travels all the way up to 50 or down to 50. This is where I really like to catch it at so I can see where price is compressing at and what I'm expecting for price action to do. So this came all the way up and traveled up. I'm looking for a Bollinger Band squeeze to the downside. And then you can also check your Bollinger. So your Bollinger squeeze itself is going to be different. Sometimes they'll be, on point together. They'll be together like this one over here. You got a squeeze here as well as with your Bollinger Band itself right here. So the tricky part sometimes one side may move. It's very rare, but sometimes one side may move, and whichever side moves first, that's the side you're gonna go with. But if for any reason you start to see movement out of the lower band after you see move out of your top band, then look for a different direction, or look for bear divs on set moves too. But this one right here, you can see how it got outside of the band right here. Is such a great position to take. So if you didn't want to do CCI, commodity channel index, it's such a great, and it's faster. It's more responsive. I just like the CCI, and I can't do this on the exchange. But it's a banger. It's more responsive and it's faster. It's faster. So you can look for things like that. And the other thing too is what I always talk about, weak highs and weak lows. Like you can see right here on the Bollinger Band itself that this did deviate. It expanded here off of the Bollinger Band itself, because you can see it dropped in here. But here, when price came down, it didn't move this. This is moving because it's curvy. So that's to be expected. This computer keeps freezing on me. Ah, keeps lagging. But this didn't move at all, which is what I call a weak low. You can look for bounces on things like that. So weak low. Nothing in here move. Nothing whatsoever. You can tell this move. This actually dropped. This didn't. The what's the word I want to use? Anyway, this blue line right here. This blue line right here, it dropped down, but it didn't actually expand this Bollinger. And when that happens, it indicates that the move is not as strong as it looks. And that could be a reversal point in price action. That's what I'm trying to get to. Same thing over here again. Naturally, I'm going to be looking for price to give me a break to the upside. And I actually get it. You can see it deviates outside of the band in here. I know it's going to come back into the band. Like I said, nothing is going to ever be solid. Nothing is ever going to be solid. But because I can see this drop in here too, I'm likely going to be looking for this little blue line in here to come back up the Bollinger Band uh, SMA right here. So the 20 right here, not the dash line this time, but this orange one right here from the Bollinger Band that we plotted over it. And you can see the second time where it comes in and comes up. So I'm looking for that expansion right there. And then I know I'm overheated. And then it can come back in. Don't overtrade. For sure, don't overtrade. But then you can see it comes back in. So no sense in overtrading. Like I said, sometimes your squeeze will line up with something in here and you're good. This one right here popped out, popped back in. You can see how lazy this got over here. for a second. For a second, it was lazy. I think I got that push back in here. For a second, it was. But I mean, you could do that. You can do that. And if you want to add some extra stuff, just have chat do it. It's good. Or have Grok do it. I'm so disappointed in Solana right now. I can just. But just have it do it. If you want to add some extra stuff, this is just for me to be able to. I think I've mentioned my little vision thing that I have going on, but it just makes it easier for me to see things, than not having it. Oh, I keep getting this little pain. I think I might have to call it a day. I keep getting this little pain and it's worrying me. All right, so that's that. That's that. It can be a lot better than going out spending a whole bunch of money on an indicator. A whole bunch of money. First, you do need to learn price action. That is important. And then simplify your life. Simplify your life as you're learning price action. What a day, what a day. All right, I'm going to, let me put like I said, you can drop two, I just keep freezing. You can always drop two Bollingers if you want to do that strategy right there, where you price action stays in the pocket, so you can hold your positions longer. Stays in the pocket. It can get, questionable sometimes. That's why you want to use another indicator to kind of help you confirm what's happening with your price action. So you don't want to just do this one alone. Suppose you could learn it, but you don't want to just do this one alone. You want to have something that just kind of helps you confirm what you got going on in here. Zcash. Nobody was interested in that. All right. I'm gonna go. That's and my computer keeps freezing. So Bitcoin still bouncing around right there. Not really doing too much. Ethereum is underneath the 20 SMA here on the 1 hour time frame. And you can see, remember, it had that little compression in here. So it doesn't always have to give much, but it is still, and you can see again, like Ethereum is outside of this band right now. At some point, it is going to flip back inside of it. And it's always a good starter point. And it can fail. You see that it can fail. So you want to be like stop loss, whatever candle that was that pushed you back in here. Stop loss underneath it. Try it again. And Solana with the effery. With the effery. Trying to trick people. But that expansion. Yeah, this is getting closer. I'm gonna see if it's gonna bounce off of here. I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna see if this will bounce or not. Hopefully it's a bounce. Might be a bounce. Maybe it breaks it again. I don't want it to continue to roll over. That's for certain. Unless I catch that again, something like that. But yeah, I'm coming back into this trend line. And that's going to do it for me. Another lesson, another time. I appreciate anybody who stopped by to hang out with your girl down the Crypto TA. Please be sure you follow the Coin King DA. That's D as in dog, A as in apple. Coin King over on X. And you can also follow me there as well at Down to Crypto TA. And until next time, because today is Friday and I don't stream on the weekends. I don't stream on the weekends. So um I hope everybody has a great, prosperous weekend or enjoyable weekend. And I will see you on Monday. Thank you for being here. Love you.